Good morning, everyone. Howdy, howdy, howdy. Hi. How's everyone doing? I hath returned. Thank you, Princess. Princess is home today because it's Indigenous Peoples Day. There is no kids club because everything is closed. Hi, Seeger. Y'all, look what Ryan made me. You're welcome. I hope you're doing well this morning, Dre. Right? It's so pretty. It's got so much nice texture on the outside of it. Like, this is just a very satisfying yarn bowl. It's nice and heavy on the bottom so it won't rock. It's got the little lightning bolt in it. It's so pretty. I'm so happy with it. It's gorgeous. So I got a picture last night of me literally between two gays. It's great. Ryan and Jace were here. They've been here since Friday. They left this morning to head to their new place in Minnesota. So they've been here. My dogs are in love. I have so many pictures of Seeger just like crushing Ryan. It's great. Wait, there's one really good one in here. It was so nice to get to see them. They've been here for a few days. We had a very chill, went out a couple of times, mostly chilled at home kind of weekend. We exposed them to Menards because it's a thing. But like, we literally got a picture of me between them. If my camera will pick up my phone. There we go. We were just cracking up because Seeger, like, we were trying to get pictures and Seeger was like, nope, nope, not without me. I gotta be in here, move. But like, please perceive Seeger upside down. And he never does this with people. He doesn't do upside down on people. And then he just like randomly walked over last night and sat on Jace. We were all hanging out and Seeger was just like, nope, I sit here now. And there's not a lot there. I think there's like almost no pictures with Ripper. Like that picture of the three of us together, Ripper is under the camera sniffing the phone while Bee's trying to take the picture. There's like one or two pictures with like, you know, I'm cracking up and Ripper's ass is in the picture because everybody just dove for the couch. But it's mostly just like Seeger being Seeger. We had such a good time. It was nice. It was a very nice, chill, quiet weekend of friends just getting to hang out and take a breath and chill together. And we have the girl. They're very sad and very tired this morning because the gays have left. But it's fine. They'll be back. We live much closer to one another now, so it'll be much easier for us to be able to see one another. But this morning, I'm kind of just jumping back into painting. I haven't painted a damn thing since Wednesday. I don't think I've touched my paint since Wednesday. So now it's get back to it day. I wasn't even sure a couple hours ago if I was going to stream or not today. It's like, do I want to stream or do I want to sit and play Baldur's Gate all day? And I'm like, I need to stream. I haven't streamed since last week. So I need to hop on and see everyone and check in. And again, it's not going to be a super long stream today because I have bluerose tonight. And because I have bluerose tonight, you know, that's why I'm on early. And then I'm going to be, you know, getting ready this afternoon. I'm going to try to get a nap in because I haven't been sleeping great the last few days, but the weather's been really weird. Like, it was supposed to be sunny all weekend. Yesterday morning, it just randomly decided to rain. And it's like, okay. Ripley, you don't have to chew on your brother's head. So lay down. She just walked in here with his head in her mouth. So I have more paint coming. I went ahead and I ordered more pinks, pinks, yellows, and oranges. I ordered what Monument Hobbies had, which they also only had one orange. I guess it's because red and yellow make orange. A lot of people just don't make orange paint, apparently. Like, I have more oranges from Turbo Dork than any other line that's out there has oranges. I've also applied to be one of the affiliates for Monument Hobbies because I like them a lot, and you know, I like their paint a lot. I like the guys that work there a lot. You know, they're older white dudes, but they're putting the effort in to do better. They're not perfect by any means, but their community is really cool. They sponsor a lot of really cool painter streamers that I am becoming friends with and getting to know, that I enjoy, that also have really inclusive communities, and that's a good sign to me. So I'm waiting to hear back. It's going to be like up to 2 weeks before I hear anything. But I meet all of the requirements and didn't realize I met all of the requirements for that. So that's what I'm doing. And in the meantime, we're going to be going over all of these with our second and third coats of paint. I didn't finish this one, so we're going to start here. Yeah, it's pretty exciting. I'm looking forward to seeing what happens with that. I ordered a bunch of stuff from them. I also ordered their mold line scraper. Looks like it's going to be much more effective than anything I have, so I ordered that. And I also ordered some of their primer, their brush on and spray on primer, because allegedly I have an airbrush on the way to me. Supposedly B ordered me an airbrush, so. Where is that other paint? Where's my ground is lava? Oh, there it is. I can't find it. It was on the very top shelf of this thing. Sorry, I know that when I'm shaking paint, it shakes like my whole setup. Everything is just like vibrating. But yeah, the hope is that is going to be a thing, because it would be really cool to have a paint company that's, you know, I can make a little bit of money with. And also part of that too is if you're using their stuff and you are one of their affiliates, you get a pretty significant discount on paint. And considering that this is, you know, I am working on becoming a professional painter, having that kind of support and being able to, you know, I need XYZ and get the stuff in. Ripley, what are you doing? Give me just one moment, y'all. I need to switch hoodies. I'm in my really, really baggy Cubs hoodie and it keeps flopping over my desk and I don't want to get paint on it. I'm going to go throw on my Adepticon hoodie because it is dirty and needs to get washed anyway. And if I get paint on it, I'm not going to care as much because I'm going to have 2 new ones in like a couple of months. Give me half a second to go grab the other hoodie. Hi, Ripper. When I say this hoodie is dirty, I mean we went field trip with the gays to our local farmer's market in my neighborhood, and Princess inadvertently spilled whipped cream all down the front of it, but I'm not on camera today, so, you know. I cleaned it while we were there. We went and got a rag and wiped it all up, but it does need to get washed. It just got left downstairs. And if paint gets on it, it's water-soluble paint. I can get it off pretty quick. Headset. I need my headset. That would be a good thing to have. And this is why I hate cleaning my office. I literally hate cleaning my office because when I do it, I put stuff away and then I don't remember where stuff got put away. It is way over there. I have it now. Also, my squigs and my rhino came in. So I'm really happy about that. It's funny, I found out late Wednesday that they weren't going to be here till Friday instead of Thursday, and I decided not to stream Thursday because I was just so busy all day. But I found out Thursday night, like 45 minutes before I had to be at D&D, that my stuff came in at the store that I play D&D at. So I'll wheel back here so y'all can see. So I have my great big box for my Sororitas Rhino. So this is the Rhino that I'm going to be painting, only I'm going to be using the same color scheme that I used for my Dreadnought. So yeah, I'm really excited. It's going to look really cool. I'm excited to paint all of it. So that's going to be a thing. And then I have my squigs. I have my gigantic box of squigs. I just dropped my Rhino on the floor. Hang on a second. What the hell? Everything just fell over off my desk. That's so weird. Like, it was perfectly fine, and just like the most random box fell over. I apparently cannot function as a human today. Ignore me. Please don't ignore me. I want everybody here in chat. But this is my gigantic box of squigs. So everyone in here that has one horn or only looks like it has one horn is going to be a part of this unit. So I am painting this one, possibly this one because the mushroom popping out of his head is fair game. Hey Lion, welcome in. Can I get a shout out for Lion, please? And then this one and this one. So that's like 5 of them. It may only be 4, and then I'm gonna paint like one of these to go with the collection for the unicorn squigs. Yeah, they're little puppies. I'm so excited to paint the puppies. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and then, but it might be 1, 2, 3, 4. I haven't decided yet, and then one of the gobos. I just don't know which one yet. There's a lot of great minis in here. But yeah, this one, and this one are for sure one single horn, right? So those are going to be the first 3 I do, because if I run out of time, 3 still counts as a unit. And then possibly this one or this one. Or I might do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and just have it be like that. And this guy be the centerpiece. But I do kind of want to paint one of these with it. So we'll see. There's a lot of options there. We'll make that determination as we go. Obviously, I am still working on our battle for the food court. Yeah, exactly. They're a lot of fun. But yeah, I have those. I have my canifores I still have to assemble. I haven't done that yet. I have pulled out, so while we're working on food court stuff, I do have pulled out 2 options that I have for our food court. So I have these models. I have 5 of them that I can pick from. But then I also have these 5. And the reason that I'm looking at this one specifically is this one could look really cool jumping up over a thing. Because I can paint this to be like an Orange Julius gun, and I can do the frosted tips on him. See, also, there's a couple of other models that I could do things with. Like, I really like this one, too. And then I just have to pick a sister, and I have a ton of sisters to pick from. And I think I actually have more coming with the magazine. But I have a few options. I didn't get my paint mixing brush out. There we go. Be good if I actually put paint there in both. I love how I have doggo cam on and we just get feet again. She falls asleep and starts running, it'll be worth it. But other than that, we just have feet again. I'm sorry, y'all. The dogs are the dogs, and they're very sad that the gays left. So, you know, like, they have been moping since Jason Ryan left this morning. Like, just full on, you would think that, like, you know, we took all of their food away for a month, kind of moping. And it's like, all right, you two. The dramatics can come to an end, but no, they're just going to be dramatic. And that's fine. I will let them be dramatic. I will warn everyone that I do have my kid home today. It is Indigenous Peoples Day, and they do not have school. They also do not have, hey, JD. I just saw that you said hi. I'm sorry. My chat is being a thing. I had to refresh a page. Oh, that is a bigger brush than I need. She's home today, so, you know, I'm not going to be streaming too long. I also have bluerose tonight. So, you know, it's a thing. Sorry, I had to adjust my glasses. I realized for some reason I'm way out of frame today, so let me move this. Let me push my camera up a little more so it'll back everything up some. Hopefully that will help a little bit. I got paint on my nail. That was an unnecessary glop of paint. You just thin this down. That was a huge gloop. There must have been like some in the pan still. But how was everyone's weekend? How was the end of everyone's week last week? Obviously, I have been AFK in the most literal of senses for days. I've barely come in my office more than once or twice other than to do my makeup and leave. It was a much needed internet disconnect. Like, I really and truly needed to walk away from Twitch for a couple of days. Oh, that sounds delightful, Lion. I can't wait to see it. Weekend was good, quiet but productive then? I mean, that's fair. I spent all weekend eating good food, laughing with friends. I'll have to check it out on Insta. Like I said, when I say I completely was AFK, I haven't looked at socials all weekend. I haven't touched shit. I literally did a full disconnect for the weekend. It was so needed. So I got to go back through and see everything that I missed. All right, Cerulean, I hope the meeting is indeed very quick. I don't remember if I used 2 cents or bullion on that. I used 2 cents on it. Okay. I'm just trying to make sure everything's going to match correctly. Because, you know, that actually matters here because this is a competition piece. definitely just got paint on my desk. But whatever, that's why we have desks, right? To get paint on them. I am not thinning this one down because this one goes on relatively thin on its own anyway. But yeah. According to B, he has ordered the airbrush, or at least I'm pretty sure he's ordered the airbrush at this point. Which will be coming here in a few days, hopefully, so I can start getting some practice in with that, because I have quite a few things that need priming, and the weather has turned to shit already, so. Did not take long for the weather to just nope out of life. Fall came in with a vengeance and then some. I have a feeling this weekend I'm gonna sleep a lot. Hey, Harmony, welcome in. It was a pretty chill weekend. Obviously, I didn't stream Friday because I had company. But we're back at it this week. It'll be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday this week. Today will obviously be a shorter stream. It is Monday. I do have Tears of the Rose tonight. And I do have Tiny Human at home today. So I don't want to go too hard. Because, you know, she's got to be quiet while I'm streaming. She can't listen to her TV very loud. That kind of stuff. Because, you know, the mouse will do all the things if they could hear that in the background. God forbid my child is listening to Disney Plus. You know, it's going okay. I had company in town all weekend, so I am just kind of getting back to painting today. Lots of touch-up work needed for like this particular piece. Trying to get in and get all of these metallics touched up. Trying to get everything, those first few coats of stuff that I need for color painted. And we might do some assembly today because I have a bunch of Space Marines that I found that I have that will work really well for what we're doing. I had one I really wanted to use, and then I realized that it's molded into him a bunch of Ultramarine stuff, which is not going to work for Orange Julius. I don't have the patience to sit there and remodel it to make everything that's, you know, a U look like an O. Like, I could do that, but why? Alright. He's got to dry. I'm going to grab this one. And we are going to start getting the next coat of paint down on him. And since I've already got silver on the brush, we're going to go with silver. can actually go back up to a slightly larger brush now with this. That was the wrong paint color though. I'm actually going to go over this spike in silver. I know I painted it with the ground is lava originally. I thought that's what I was going to want, but I don't anymore. I think the silver is going to look better. So I'm just going over it really quickly. And if a little peeks through, it's fine because it will like give it some depth. But I really think that it's going to look better silver for what I'm trying to do here because of the time period. Because silver spikes were like a thing. I mean, they still are, but they were like a thing in the 90s. So, you know. But I hope everyone had a good weekend. I hope everyone is doing well. I am, you know, just working on this today. It's going to be a chill day of painting. Chill day of painting on a day when I got a lot of work to do. And I'm sorry for anybody who was looking for a plan with me today. It didn't happen. I was very, very busy with company coming to town and literally just ran out of steam. And I ended up going to D&D rather than try to stay home and record and stuff. I needed a night out with, you know, to clear my head. And I didn't want to leave my D&D group hanging, especially because one other person couldn't make it that night. So I'm just like, you know, I can go, I'm going. I wanted to be there, obviously. I just had a lot going on. So just didn't get finished. I'm hoping if I have the energy this afternoon, I might be able to record it and get it up today. And I also owe my patrons a bunch of stuff because it's just been so freaking busy. I might do like the as it stands now flip through of Nicolette's journal. I might film that today because I just got to put music over it. There's not going to be like any talking. It's just going to be a quick flip through. So I might film that today because I can just plug my phone into my laptop, film it, and then pop the video up with some music over it. I'm trying, y'all. Yeah, last week was just so busy. Well, yeah, but like as a content creator, when you take time off, it is really damaging to everything that you do. We all wish it wasn't that way, but the fact of the matter is, as a content creator, if you take time off, it's not good. The YouTube algorithm will forget I exist for the next 2 months now because I have 2 weeks back to back with no Plan With Me video up. Or video at all on that channel. Well, no, there was one that went out October 1st. So I'm a week now with no video, but the algorithm will forget I exist because of it. We all wish it wasn't that way, but it's the unfortunate truth of content creation. So I always feel the need to apologize because it's the hope that people will understand that I really am trying and they'll come back. Man, I got some of this color on his knuckle the last time I painted it and missed it. Now it's dried down, so I'm going to have to go in and cover that with green paint and hope that it takes. Seeker's dreaming under my desk. About as good as it's going to get till this dries down and I can do another coat. Oh, I know, Ripley, you have a really difficult life. I'm so sorry. Ripley just sighed like it was the end of the world, and it's like, ma'am. Anybody got anything fun going on this week? this week for me is painting and cleaning and finishing decorating for Halloween. It'll be an interesting day. Fun. Hey, Snow Owl. Can play AC Odyssey? Yeah. About AC. Just so everybody knows, it's not going to be Faerun Friday anymore. It is going to be AC Mirage until I have beat the game, and we are only going to play it on streams. So that starts this Friday. Good luck, everyone. So that's kind of what we are going to be up to this week. Ooh. Cypher, good morning. Welcome in, everyone. Hi, Raiders. If you're new here, I'm Awkwardish Panda. I'm very awkward, roughly panda-sized, queer as hell. I am a professional mini painter and variety streamer. By variety, I mean I play games on Friday and paint for the rest of the week. Teacup, thank you so much for the follow. Hi, Mermaid. Can I get a shout out for Cypher, please, as well as a shout out for Mermaid? Oh, Melissa, thank you so much for your resub. Flint, hey. We have Doggo Cam on today. As you can see, right now all we get is feet because Ripley just doesn't feel like laying in her bed, apparently. But welcome in, everyone. I hope everyone is doing well. How did the rest of stream go? I might be on my own for mods for a little bit because Cerulean is in a meeting. And I don't think that B is available because he's working. Oh, you beat the Inquisitor? Nice. It mods his stats too, huh? It was very cool looking. I knew it's a very cool looking mod, but I didn't realize it modded his stats like that too. But yeah, right now we are working on the little tiny orcs for a diorama I am entering at Adepticon. We are calling it the Battle for the Food Court. Awesome. Oh, it's nice that your first meeting is until 1. I'm glad they didn't like front load you first thing logging into work this morning. But we are painting a little Battle for the Food Court. It's going to be a 90s themed, obnoxious paint that we're doing. My partner and Painting Pirate ganged up on me last week and have, you know, decreed that the Battle for the Food Court is going to be all of our orcs versus Orange Julius, a Space Marine, and Dairy Queen, a sister battle. I'm doing it because it's ridiculous and I love it. But these are a bunch of gobos that found like an old decrepit 90s mall in the middle of nowhere that the war hasn't like really touched yet. And they have taken over and they've stolen like, you know, pink velour track pants and Jinko jeans and stuff from Wilson's Leather, and they've turned it into their armor and gear. Because that's totally an orc thing to do. And I simultaneously love and hate everything about it. I figured if we were going to lean hard into the nostalgia, we might as well. My partner is looking for stuff to 3D print to be like food court tables and garbage cans and stuff like that. Am I going to win anything with this? With GW, the way GW judges Golden Demon, probably not. But my whole goal with Golden Demon is to just get eyes on my work, and I think this is going to be a really popular thing. Like this one, because of the shape of the feet, those are going to be Ugg boots when they're done. Probably not, unless I can find some cups to print, in which case I will absolutely do that on those cups. But yeah, we're going for big 90s mall vibes. I'm looking forward to seeing what I can pull off with it from the diorama side. It's going to be quite a few models on this particular piece, so I'm starting to really look at what I want to do overall for my competition pieces. Obviously, the squig unicorns are going to happen. I've already got the box for that. The rhino is going to happen. I may not do a single unit entry. Did I never paint? I never painted this guy's metallics. I'm putting second coats on stuff and I hadn't even painted the... Oh, so okay. So you have a second coat, you have a second coat, you have a first coat. I'm going to leave these over here and these over here and separate them. I didn't realize I hadn't done this one yet. Tells you how busy I've been. Those cups are great. There's actually, on Etsy, there's a seller that has like a clack fan that's that print and it says thirsty across it and it's amazing. I have a mini painter friend that has one and I have it sitting on one of my wish lists because I also have it in my Etsy cart because at some point, gotta have it. Now this one, because of just the design of the gun, will definitely have some barrel bluing on it. I'm just not sure how deep I'm gonna go with it. I'm probably only gonna bring it back a little bit as opposed to doing the whole barrel. But it's a piece that I'm really excited about. I'm going to have a lot of fun with it, I think. And just knowing that I'm going to be having all of the fun with it makes me, you know, makes me want to work on it to completion as opposed to, you know, I'm doing this because I need to enter something for this competition. Finding pieces that are like, yes, I need to do this is helping. It's also easing my anxiety a little bit. So for those of you who have rated and who don't know me, I am a professional mini painter. My goal is to start really applying myself to entering a lot of the national competitions for mini painting that there are around. And in March, I'm going to be going to one of the two largest competitions in the US and one of the largest in the world. For stuff like Warhammer and Adepticon, which is held, they say Chicago, it's in Schaumburg. It's held every year and I'm really excited about it, but I'm also kind of terrified. I'm going to be going up against like the actual best people in the world for things. So I'm tempering my expectations with, my hope is to get more eyes on my work, and get more traffic in here with it and get more people like, okay, that's really cool and we want to see more of it. And then as I continue to improve, I'm hoping for 2025 to really be in the running to win some stuff and eventually start being able to teach classes and to, you know, get a lot more commission work and potentially work with various companies to paint for them, and be able to judge a lot of these competitions, because that's, you know, the ultimate goal is to continually get better. And it's one of those really, really weird things where, you know, you go for an interview and they're like, what's your 5-year plan? I actually have like a 3-year plan for my mini painting. And I'm sorry if my voice is a little rough. I've been talking for days. and using my voice a lot more than I do. So, but I have a multi-year plan for mini painting. A lot of it has to do with just, right now, a lot of it is getting over my imposter syndrome enough to enter these competitions. My metric for winning, again, is I want somebody who's never seen my work before or doesn't know me personally or what have you to see something in one of the cases and be like, I'm going to take all of these pictures and put them up all over the internet about how cool this is. Thank you for the bits, Lion. I appreciate it. If I didn't already, can I please get a shout out for Mermaid Jeans and DC when Amod gets a moment? Purdy, please. Hi, Seeger. Are you dreaming or are you waking up? Them some very long toes, sir. The dog just woke up and rolled over. Thank you, Cypher. I appreciate it. And hi, DC. I hope you're doing well today. Yeah, the imposter syndrome is real, and it is very, very real in the mini painting community. It gets to be a lot. DC, please. I appreciate it, Lion. It's a thing, you know, it's an artist thing. I'm working on kind of getting over it and being like, no, I work really hard at this and belong in this space. So I'm taking a couple of pieces to PAX. I'm taking a lot of pieces to Adepticon. If you look up here, this is my timer versus entries completed to go to Adepticon. I have 163 days and 30 some odd minutes to get as many entries done as possible, and I'm currently at 0. However, I'm starting with the largest and most difficult entry first because it is going to be the most time consuming, and I want to put as much effort into this one as possible, this particular entry, because I'm really excited about the concept. I think the theme is going to be a hit. I think people are really going to enjoy it. So I want to get on this one first. So if I start to burn out on painting a little bit as we get closer to the con, this one is done and ready to go. So that number will ramp up very quickly once more of this starts to get going. 4 entries planned for the con overall, or 4 entries planned just for GD? Just Resin Beast. Okay. You're doing like 4 categories for Resin Beast? Holy crap. That's awesome though. I have 3 pieces that I know I'm doing for Golden Demon. I have 2 that are going for Resin Beast for sure. I'm going to put 1 piece in for The Worthy, which is Marvel Crisis Protocol. I have to order that mini still. I haven't done that yet. And then, what are the other ones? P3 they haven't announced yet, but I have stuff planned for P3. And then Brush with Death. And Brush with Death, I have a tester mini that's a very similar mini to the one that I'm going to paint for Brush with Death that's being printed right now. And I'm going to do paint testing with that while I wait to see if they're going to do that particular competition again. My goal is to get in as many cases as possible where people are wandering around. And then I'm going to go from there. Like, I'm a little nervous about PAX because none of the panels that I got invited to got accepted, as far as I know. So a lot of my PAX stuff work-wise is going to be getting together with a lot of the people that I work with from various paint companies and mini companies, going to some of the painting classes that they are going to be doing around, and then wherever I can set up my paint station publicly and hang out with other painters, sit and paint, as well as when I can go see friends and go watch my friends' panels and that kind of stuff. So it's going to be a very busy PAX for me, I have a feeling. And I also am going to have a couple of pieces in the case for Arcadian Brush. I'm going to take Glick. She's not quite done yet. I've got a couple of more things I got to do to work on her. But I'm also, because it's within the rules, kind of thinking about taking my Dreadnought instead of Glicks. Because Glicks is like 3 or 4 millimeters too big to go into the regular category. She'd need to be in the large, but the Dreadnought would count as a large and not a vehicle by their standards. So I'm not really sure which, but I can take it even though it's been a part of it, as far as I can tell, because the Arcadian Brush, they don't put their rules out very easily. It's difficult to find. I've got to wait till like PAX officially announces like all of the stuff, and then I can go look and hope. It's just so much, y'all. But I'm very much trying to get over the I don't belong in this space thing, because that's kind of really how I felt last year. And I do have an ad coming here in just a couple of moments. I am going to take a break in about a minute and a half just to get up and move around, check on my kid, that kind of thing, so nobody misses anything while the ads are running. Twitch Turbo, y'all. If you can't sub to all your favorite channels, Twitch Turbo is a delightful thing because you will not get ads and you still get your streamers paid. Yeah, it's a huge thing to fight against, the feeling that I don't belong there, because last year was kind of wild. Like, people I was trying to meet up with, like, that said they wanted to spend time, like, would not give me their time no matter what I did. Some people were like, we're going to introduce you to XYZ, and then never did. Thank you, Mermaid. I appreciate it. You know, so, and then like, it was just very busy for everyone, and I didn't know a ton of people there, so I was kind of a nervous wreck through most of Adepticon last year, but I'm kind of going to just force myself to get over myself and just be involved this year. I have my paint case so that I can sit out and paint with everybody. You know, I'm going to make myself very visible in like Panda merch. I'm going to have Awkwarders Panda on my thing so people know who I am, all that kind of stuff. I'm going to try to make it so people know who I am, know where I am, and we can all hang out and get to know one another, and hopefully, you know, continue to snowball into all the other things. But I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be back in 3 to 5 minutes. I need to refill like my water and stuff anyway, and then we'll be back for more painting and chit chat. So everybody sit tight. If you need to get up, stretch, get food, take your meds, get water, please take care of your bodies. It's so important. And then I will see everybody in a few minutes. I'm actually going to just mute and walk off because my BRB screen is busted right now because I'm trying to download the new video and it just hasn't taken. No hiding in the corner, Lion. You gotta come hang out with everybody. Enjoy your lurk. I'm back, y'all. I apologize. I am gonna check real quick to see if this movie downloaded that I need for my BRB thing. Because if it downloaded, I'm just gonna fix it real quick. It did. So hang on one second. I'm gonna turn on my BRB screen so that I could just edit this real quick. You're not gonna see anything, but you should be able to see captions and hear me. If I could type, it would be real good. Okay, awesome. That should fix all of the things because I had to redo it. It just took forever for whatever reason for it to upload this morning or download this morning. It was really weird. It took like 30 minutes for the video to download and it should have taken like 30 seconds. Y'all shouldn't hear my tea kettle in the back. You might. I am boiling water to make tea on my next break while I'm getting my kiddo lunch. Welcome back, Cerulean. All right. Let us get back to it. Have one very fluffy tail. Ripper, come here. There we go. It's a Ripper. Everybody say hi to the baby. Her friends and her papa have left her, so she is very confused. Hey Trig, welcome in. Smallish hi. We may get barking in a minute. I think I hear the mail coming through, which I know it's not a mail day, but sometimes we do have mail get like boxes and stuff and packages and stuff get delivered. So it also might be Amazon. But I hear a truck that sounds similar to the mail truck coming down the road. Seeger, leave it alone. He's licked his paws raw at this point, y'all. We are dealing with cracked paws on top of the cut foot, so he's just really trying to make life very difficult for himself for no reason. Seeger, leave it. Good boy. We watched a lot of Girl with the Dogs this weekend. That channel is amazing, and I love watching these gigantic dogs just be absolute babies about everything. Because the bigger the dog, the bigger the baby is a very true statement. Sorry, I got a random text message and I don't know what it is. For some reason, getting my phone reset has been wild. I I missed a text from Cypher from like a week ago that went to my computer while I was switching phones. My Google Voice is having an issue. I can't sign into one of my emails. Everything is a mess with the phone switchover because I think it's just because there's such a huge gap between when I got my phones. Oh yeah, with Great Danes, it's absolutely too. Hey Meridu, welcome in. Oh yeah, she's got all the patience in the world. I also love her delivery on everything and how incredibly flat it is because, it comes off as funny, but it's also her trying to keep her voice very flat as to not spook the dogs. And it really is just wild. Oh yeah, I'm sure they think they're lap dogs. Mine think they're lap dogs. We have a 100-pound German Shepherd mix, and then we have my 70-pound Bernese mix, and both of them think they're lap dogs. And by think, I mean they put themselves in your lap, so technically they are lap dogs. I think my favorite with Girl with the Dogs is like when she's grooming a husky and she's like, as you can tell, I am torturing this dog. They have never felt such suffering in their life. And it's just so flat. Hey, Melissa. Melissa and I were discussing a groom that she did last week and how we were just going to go create the heist and go get this dog. Exactly, this dog is surely going to die. Y'all, these little dudes are gonna be wild. I'm so in love with this project. My hands are a little shaky today, I will warn folks, so if it seems like I'm going way slower than even usual, I am. £200 doggos are the best doggos. The bigger the doggo, the bigger the baby, and they are the best. These are the last two really big dogs we're gonna have, though. We are gonna be stepping down size-wise going forward because of my chronic pain issues. Because if something were to happen and we have like a giant 120, 130, 140, 200-pound dog, I can't lift that dog and get him to an emergency vet. I mean, even Ripley would probably be a struggle, and it would be straight up adrenaline, and it would wreck my body. So going forward, we're going to go smaller with dogs. We're not going like super tiny dogs. We're going to go down to like medium pit bulls, like 50, 60 pounds. Also, pit bulls are some of my favorite dogs. Though I saw a Frenchie at the farmer's market this weekend and I almost lost my brain. I love Frenchies. I don't know why I love Frenchies. I just love Frenchies. They're just fucking cute. And I know they shouldn't exist as a dog breed. And I know that, you know, the breeding with them has caused unethical, like, health issues. But I just think they're really fucking cute dogs. Doesn't mean I'm gonna go run out and buy one. But if I see one, it's getting to pets. As long as the owners are okay with it. Always ask if you can touch someone's dog. Don't just run up and pet a dog. But I think we got a long time with the two that we got. So. Because surprisingly, for as old as Seeger is, he doesn't have a lot of gray hair yet, which is promising to me about his eventual lifespan, because he's a mix of one dog that lives quite a while and one dog that does not. I did not see that, though. That's, you know, that's decent. Like, there's a lot of breeds that needs to be. Hey, Wolfie, can I get a shout out for Wolf Tracks, please? I am doing okay. I am working on stuff for Adepticon. Just kind of hanging out and trying to get back in the swing of things after taking a little bit of time off last week and this weekend to just kind of disconnect from the internet and from painting and just take a break. It was a much needed, I need to just step away from the internet for a little bit. You're welcome. Okay, now I do need to thin this paint down a little bit because now it's starting to get a little gloopier than I would like. Yeah, well, I mean, it causes a lot of health problems. You know, I had a Boston Terrier that was, you know, she had a lot of breathing problems. She did really, really well. Like, she was pretty healthy minus, you know, the issues that she did have that most everyone here knows about. But, like, you know, she sneezed a lot. She got uncomfortable a lot. How many entries am I making for the con? Well, that depends on what I finish. So the one that I'm working on right now is a diorama, and it's pretty significant number of minis that are going to be a part of the diorama, plus having to paint and build the diorama. So that's a given that one is going to happen. I have a squad that I'm doing, so that's 2. I have 2 entries going in, and that's for Golden Demon. I have 2 entries going in Also a vehicle for Golden Demon. So I have 3 entries for sure for Golden Demon, 2 for sure for Resin Beast, a diorama, and a squad. And then after that, I'd like to do 1 for the Worthy, so that makes 6. 1 for a Brush with Death if they do it, which I don't know now, which is 7. And then if P3 does Grandmaster again, at least 1, if not 3. So, you know, probably between 5 and 10, but with 163 days left, and I have to paint, like, this diorama is going to be 1, 2, 4, 6, 7, 8 minis. Possibly 9, because odd numbers work better visually. And outside of being here on the channel, most people aren't going to see the pieces till I get to Adepticon. I may put on Insta and on other socials like a couple pictures of the models. I'm not going to do the full diorama or any of that stuff. I'm not going to post any of that on socials until we get to Adepticon and everything gets turned in. That's going to be patrons only content. I'm going to drop those to my patrons. There will be a couple pictures of the various models and like works in progress and stuff, but the full pieces aren't going to go up until we get to Adepticon, except in my Patreon. Also, for those of you who haven't seen it, Patreon changed their logo again. I don't like it. It's very weird. It was very unexpected. See, also, I just ordered new Patreon stickers because I needed new ones for my planner, and they're the old logo. See, are you okay? Or are you just gonna lay on the couch? But yeah, there's going to be a lot of entries. I'm really excited about it. I'm a little nervous. Obviously, I'm starting with the most difficult of the entries first because I want to make sure that if I start to burn out a little bit, I will have... Because inevitably with the painting burnout going into a competition, it's going to happen. I want to have as much done on the larger projects as possible. So I'm starting from the largest and working my way down to the smallest projects. Especially because a lot of the ones won't get announced until December. Like, the Worthy is announced that they're doing the Worthy, but they haven't put out any of like the registration stuff yet. Resin Beast I've already applied for, so I've already registered for that. Though they may change some categories, so I'm just waiting to see that. But like P3, Brush with Death, none of those have announced yet if they're doing anything, so I'm waiting until I get that information before I decide what I'm gonna do. So So those are going to be kind of like the last entries are going to be the stuff that I paint, you know, much later in the competition season. And some of the stuff that I can paint it in tandem. It's going to be a little bit easier. Well, I shouldn't say little. It's going to be significantly easier when my airbrush gets here. I hate this mold line so much that I may end up scraping this mold line and painting back over it later, but it just did not come off the way that I thought it did. And sometimes you don't see that stuff until you get the paint on the mini. I do have a new mold line scraper coming. I'm going to use that and see if I can get this scraped down once it's here. I should have it tomorrow. If I don't have it tomorrow, I'll have it Wednesday. This is my 90s Battle for the Food Court. I'm really excited about it. I think it's going to go over really well from a nostalgia standpoint for a lot of people in the mini painting community that roughly like my age, maybe a little younger, maybe a little older, but in like that, you know, from your early 30s to your like mid 50s, people are going to get the jokes more so than anyone significantly younger than that. But it's specifically geared towards 90s kid mall rats. Not like the movie, but like those of us that did nothing but hang out at the mall through most of the 90s, especially like the late 90s. Hey Chewy, welcome in. But yeah, this whole thing started with I was gonna do one lone Imperium commissar against a whole horde of orcs. And then I decided I wanted to get really bright with the colors. And then I saw that the one of these was like covered in fur, and I'm like, but what if it was like 90s hot pink faux fur, because that would be hilarious. And it's just morphed from there talking to chat, and now I have a really solid idea of what's going on. And the commissar is no longer even part of this. He may, if I do a single mini entry, he may be it because I've already started him. But this has now become what we're calling the diorama, the Battle for the Food Court. So what it is, for those of you who are new here and haven't heard the whole story behind this, is we are painting a bunch of orcs that are specifically being painted to look like they raided a late 90s shopping mall. And the whole theming behind everything is the Imperium found an old mall in the middle of nowhere that wasn't completely destroyed by thousands of years of war because it was in the middle of nowhere, and they're using it as a stock house. Essentially, they stockpiled a bunch of goods there, and a bunch of orcs found it and took over and are like, have stolen the goods, and they've made it like their home base. And now all of a sudden the Imperium is coming back to reclaim their stuff. Well, part of that being because we're using all of this 90s theme. No, better than that. Actually. So, okay, so yeah, here we go. This is where we're going with it. So if you look at like this guy that I'm working on, all of this pink is going to be like hot pink faux fur, right? That's going to be on him. A lot of the stuff that's like silver spikes is going to be like, you know, the stuff that they got from Hot Topic. All of this blue fabric is ripped up old pieces of Jinko jeans that they found because those things last forever no matter how much you destroy them and people wore them into the ground. All of the leather is like belts and strips of coats and stuff. Nix, good morning. Welcome in, everyone. Hi, hello. If you're new here, I'm Awkwardish Panda. I am rather awkward, roughly panda-sized, queer as hell. I'm a professional mini painter and variety streamer. I am explaining to everyone what we are doing. Hey, Phoenix, what we are doing with this fun stuff. There will be plaid, I think. But that is all of what these ones are. I have two larger orcs that are going to get painted. One of them is going to be the guy that rated Hot Topic really hard, and the other one is going to be the one that walked into a Claire's and found a bedazzler. Yeah, I said it. So those are going to be the orcs that are holding down the food court. The original idea was it was going to be like a bunch of mall rats and then the cool kid from the rival high school showed up kind of theme. And then Pirate got in my chat last week. And that's where everything went wrong. Also, right? There is a chapter of Space Marines that are bright orange. And because of naming conventions with the Space Marines and their wonderful love of things, you know, like the Roman Empire, which is a whole other conversation right now on the internet that I'm not getting into because there's some theories going around that I love and some of them that are just very scary. But that because it's a chapter that's all orange, we're going to name him Orange Julius. And I was here for it. I was like, yeah, the commissar is going with Orange Julius to go get it back. But then my husband got in chat and goes, but now you need a Dairy Queen. So the commissar has been shelved so that we can paint Orange Julius and Dairy Queen being one of the sisters. And they are coming to take back the food court. Seeger, other people are allowed to exist in the neighborhood. Seeger, the neighbors are allowed to close their car door. Apparently the neighbors are not allowed to close their car door. Robert James Seeger III, enough. Hey! No, come here. Come here. Hi, Ripper. Yeah, you being good girl. You're being the good baby. Come here, baby. Seeger. Come here. Come on. It just got really cloudy outside and somebody slammed a car door and now he's freaking out. Come on, Seeg. At least he's not chewing on my window. I'm sorry for the barking. Hi. Hello. Come here. Up here. Say hi to chat. Go hi, chat. I'm having a panic attack. It's okay. I'm just letting Mama know that there are other people outside of the house. Are you better now? All right, go lay down. You big goober. So yeah, that's the theming. It's going to be Orange Julius and Dairy Queen take back the food court. I'm currently looking for 3D printable models of stuff like cafeteria chairs and or, you know, like food court style tables and stuff, as well as like more modern counters and stuff. I do have a lot of terrain from 40K, like boxes and stuff like this. So I'm going to be painting these in kind of like food court colors up to and including I am literally painting barrels of Orange Julius. And somewhere in this, I'm probably going to have to make it, and I think I can, but somewhere in all of the pile of rubble, I swear to God, I'm going to have one lone disc on the ground that is an AOL trial. Somewhere in that pile of everything, there is going to be an AOL disc. All right, Seeger, that's enough. Go lay down. That one I'll probably be able to make. I know that somewhere laying around this house is a piece of round confetti that is made of plastic that I can use to paint it. Somewhere, because my nephew got into very interesting things when he was here and popped open a piñata that wasn't supposed to get opened. At least not inside. So we're continuously finding things. I'm pretty excited about it. I think it's going to be a cool thing. I think that this is probably going to be my favorite of all the pieces I enter for stuff. This is kind of the fun piece. I mean, the unicorn squigs also going to be a lot of fun. I think those are going to come out very cool. I think they're going to be I think they're going to go over really well. I think people are really going to enjoy those. But they're going to be part of a larger project by the mini painting community in general that we're doing. For those of you who don't know, there are a lot of people in the mini painting community from, like, you know, a lot of specifically older white dudes in the mini painting community that cannot handle the thought of their precious Warhammer having bright colors in it because it says grimdark. They don't get the irony. They don't care about the irony. They don't think it's funny. And they have literally gone after and harassed certain painters in the community that like to use brighter colors for things. And as a subversive fuck you to those people, it has basically been decided that we as a community every year have started doing theming at Golden Demons specifically because it is very, very specifically a Warhammer competition to come up with a theme that is the antithesis of that grimdark. So last year it was Brush for Hire came out with the Ballerina Space Marines was the theme. And this year he has invoked the Unicorn Squig. So I have my army of squigs sitting next to me, and I'm pulling all of the ones out of them that have only one horn. And we are going to paint them ye old unicorn style. They are going to be so I have my Bug Son here so I can kind of give y'all a visual idea. So this is Bug Son. He's not done yet. Again, this is another potential to go with me. I'm going to paint all of the squigs with this very fleshy looking setup. Only it's going to be a little bit more pink and a lot brighter white. And then they're going to get dusted across it with one of the iridescent paints from TurboDork. And then all of the smoke and stuff that's coming off of them is going to be painted full like rainbow, as bright as I can make it. And then all of their horns are going to be like all different colors and stuff. I think it's going to look really cool. I think it's going to be a really, really successful group. I just got my squigs. So if you don't know what a squig is, I have them sitting here next to me. These are the squigs. And the ones I'm going to be painting are this one right here, because he's got the one horn. This one that has one horn. This one that has one horn. This one that has a mount or a thing that's strapped to his face to give him one horn. And then one of these, though I'm not sure which yet, because I like all of them. See, also, this one's also a potential one that I could use, but I like these ones quite a bit. So I'm going to kind of look and decide based on this what I want to do. Like which one I want to do. There's a couple of really good options here. Like I kind of love this one with the extra eyes and the potion bottle. I kind of love this one with the cauldron up over their head. This one with all the smoke and the little sad gobbos with it. Like they're all really good. This one I can just go super riot of colors on. All right, Wolfie. I hope your lurk goes well. So it's going to be one of these and the 4 actual unicorn, or the 3 actual unicorn squigs, and this guy because he's got the fake horn, because I just think it's funny. We're going to start with these 3 though, and then go from there, because I can do 1, 2, 3, have a unit, and then add the other pieces on as we go. But yeah, that's what the unicorn squigs are going to be. And then of course my Sororitas Rhino, which is going to be painted to match the Dreadnought that I just painted with that bright blue, and then all of that like metal, like bluing effect metals, that kind of thing. So it's going to be a lot of really bright colors that I'm leaning into, because, you know, we don't love the old crusty narrow-minded dudes. And like I've mentioned before, my goal here is not to win Golden Demons. It's not. I don't know that I'm ever going to be able to paint at that level, because it seems like the people that win Golden Demons, they will tell you all day long that they're not looking for anything specific. There's no specific paint style that they prefer one over the other. But the people that they pick to judge all pick the same kind of paint style year after year after year after year for all of the winners for the most part. And it may be some years before that starts to change. So I'm going into this with the goal of someone sees my work, loves it enough to post it online. It gets more butts in seats to be here when I'm painting and hang out and that kind of stuff. And I get to go hang out with cool painters. People see my work. More companies want to work with me to paint for them or paint with them or use their products or what have you. And the channel just keeps growing. That's the whole goal. If I was going into it with any other kind of goal, I think I would be being very unrealistic. But I think that's realistic, attainable goals for me right now. I do love when random stuff just falls over. Thanks, Trig. I think it is too. I think it's reasonable. I don't want to be unrealistic with what I can do. You know, I do have one competition win under my belt at this point. It wasn't like an overall win, but it was a win. So, you know, I have a little bit more confidence going into things, you know, but I also know what my skill level is. I know the style that I do know how to paint in. Winners frequently are the people that are really, really good at Non-metallic metal, which I have exactly zero talent or skill in. I have tried and tried and tried and tried and tried, and I just cannot get a handle on it. I knew true metallics all day long. Non-metallic metal, I can't parse it. And I think a lot of it is because, they say with non-metallic metal, a lot of it has to lean into, visualization and stuff like that. Exactly. I can't control what others can do. I know my skill set versus a lot of the people that are going to be entering skill sets. I know what I can do, and I know what my baseline should be. And the goal is to just continually get better. And when you get the feedback after these competitions, they'll tell you what you need to work on. And if they're worth their salt, they give you really quality feedback, and then you build on it. So that's the whole goal, is just build on the feedback that I get, continue to get better, hopefully, win or place or whatever in a few things in the following year, and then be able to be like, okay, cool, I'm going to now start applying to be a judge or start teaching classes at these events. I'm also planning on taking a bunch of classes at Adepticon this year. Both to help me with my skill set and learning to get better, as well as trying to get a feel for how the classes are structured. So if I do get a chance to start teaching, I can get a better idea what I want to do. Because I know the kind of classes I want to teach, right? I kind of have that stuff down. I would like to be able to teach some of the kids classes, because I have the skill set to do that, because I have a kid. I wanted, and the other thing that I kind of want to do, and specifically this piece has kind of inspired the idea, I want to teach a class on coming up with a theme that's executable with colors that, will pop, and not being afraid of those bright colors, which I know Brush for Hire teaches a painting with bright colors, how to do it kind of class. I want to go into the color theory behind why certain things will work and pop and why certain things won't. Because I think a lot more people need to hear that it's okay to have a silly idea and run with it anyway. I also need to see if there is like anyone that teaches at these conventions, because I don't remember seeing one, but it's totally possible that someone does it. Somebody needs to teach a color theory class at these. Like super basic color theory. Because that's a truly underrated skill. I'm gonna worry about this dude's boots later. Like, there's metal on the front of these boots and on the back of these boots, but because it's his feet and he's stuck down to something, I'm gonna do that last and flip him over once I'm done with the rest of the stuff. I feel like it's just one of those things that so many people could benefit from. Because color theory is just, it's a very important skill to have as a basic knowledge of color theory, just to be able to pick out paint schemes that you know are going to work. See, also being able to color match and custom mix paint. My ability to do that to the level that I do is because I have taken so much color theory classes. So, well, I should say so many color theory classes, and I know so much color theory because I've had to take them for multiple different things. So, you know, having a really good background in it and having a really strong foundation in it makes a lot of that stuff much easier. For me, anyway. Like, there's going to be plenty of people teaching, like, the basics of painting and plenty of people teaching, like, all these other things. Yeah, exactly, because also background in fiber arts, which is helps with the fact that I can paint cloth like I do. Like, you know, it's stuff like that. You know, but from a fine arts standpoint, one of the very first college classes I ever took was a color theory class. And I've taken that class more than once for different majors. You know, color theory was a whole discussion in my photography class, my, you know, senior year of college. Color theory was a class that was required for me to take to be in any of the art classes at my high school. You do? That's very cool. I have one that's on my painting mat, but my painting mat's in my other craft space currently because I needed to cut some stuff, and it's a self-healing mat. It's also very hard for me to get my camera to focus if I have the mat on my desk. My camera does not like that mat at all. It will try to focus on literally everything on the mat and will not focus on the mini I'm painting. It's wild. There's a piece of hair in that brush, but I do not want on my mini. I also need a smaller brush anyway, but that's beside the point. the littlest drop of skeleton bone. And some white. Because he's got like a little skull on his belt buckle. So I want to go ahead and get that sort of based out so I can get like exactly what I need there. And I am going to have ads starting here in just a moment. I am going to take a quick-ish break. It is going to take me a couple of minutes to get done what I need to get done. It's lunchtime for my kid, and she's home today because it's Indigenous Peoples Day. So I need to be able to get her some food. Oh, Ripley, I know it's a hard life for such a small bab. That. I'm also going to get some water in here with this orange and work it back up before it dries all the way out, because I still need to go put... Oh no, that definitely started to dry out. It's fine, I'll just get more paint. Because I still need to finish up my barrels. Really quickly, we're just going to grab some of this. And we're going to go in here and we're going to deal with more dog hair in my paintbrushes. Dear Lord, today has been a nightmare for the dog hair. The dogs were shedding so bad over the weekend. Sorry, I know you can't see it. I have to have it really close to me because it is very, very tiny. It's right there. You can't even get the detail on the skull. It's so small. But I do have an ad fixing to start, so I'm going to go get my kid some lunch, and I will be back in just a couple of minutes. So everybody sit tight. Go get you some food, water, refill drinks, take care of your bodies, all of that kind of stuff. Take your meds if you haven't, and I will be back in just a few. Thank you all so much for your patience. I'm back. Kiddo has been fed, dogs have been out, I got myself some tea, and now it's back to work. Hi, Seeger. Can you go to bed, please? Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I hope everyone is having a good one. I hope everybody else took a nice break. Aw, yay. Welcome back, Lion. I hope Little and Mama Lion are doing well. I love that. That's adorable. My kiddo is eating her lunch. I got myself some tea. I'm gonna have my lunch after stream. For me it's kind of dunch because I have stream tonight for bluerose with the GR crew. That's awesome. That's awesome, though. That means, she's not gonna grow up and be a super picky eater, it sounds like. Though they all go through that phase. Mine is currently going through the picky eater phase. She went from will eat anything to not so much. Tis an interesting phase. Kids are very cute. Ripley, what are you doing? Princess, what's Ripley doing? Is she trying to jump on the counter? Okay. I can hear the dog's taps as she's trying to jump at something. I want to make sure she's not about to tear my back door down or jump up on the counter and eat something she shouldn't. I'm going to guess Chloe's dog walker is in the bag. That's awesome. We do love a pickle. We are just still very slowly layering the metallics on here. It is a very tedious process because you have to thin them down quite a bit with TurboWorks to really get the very good even coverage when you're brushing them on. So, you know, it's just a little bit at a time. So far, so good. They'll look much better once I start bringing them up with their highlight colors. But right now I'm just getting a couple of base coats down, and then we'll be doing highlighting is going to be, I think the next round of paint will be highlighting all the things. I'm real excited with how a lot of this stuff is looking. I'm so stoked to go to Adepticon, y'all. I'm a little nervous about packs, because I don't know which piece I'm taking yet. Like I said, I was getting Glicks ready, but now I'm starting to think I might just take my, I might just take the Dreadnought because it's a much nicer piece. It's arguably better done. but I have to wait for them to release what the rules are, which are really hard to find online. You just gotta wait. Because being that the Dreadnought was entered in something else, I don't know if I can... you're allowed multiple entries, but you're only allowed one entry per category, and I think both of those pieces would land in the same category. But I have to wait and see what the rules are because I've won an award for the Dreadnought already. And sometimes these painting competitions, if you've won an award with it, you can't bring it to that competition. It has to be some, or even if you've entered it anywhere, you can't bring it. So I want to make sure that I can bring it before I make that be the decision. Melissa, does Arizia have any painting competitions? I know there's like tabletop gaming stuff, so I'm just asking. And I hope I am not butchering the name of the con. I couldn't tell if it was Arisia or if it was Arizia. No competitions. Okay. Arisia. Arisia? Yes. Arisha. Okay, I got it. Arisha. Got it. Got it. I'm gonna DM you later on about the con. I have a couple of questions. Well, then that's fair. Oh, no worries there at all. Like, there's literally no rush. I might just wait till later in the week then. It's nothing major. I just wanted to ask a couple of questions. But if you are traveling, we will leave that alone until you get home. everybody's dogs are outside. Today's the day, obviously a holiday in the US. There's no school. There's also no stuff like kids club or whatever. People are just outside because the weather is cool. And everyone's outside with their dogs and they're making all the noise on earth and my dogs are freaking out. But then again, when are my dogs ever not freaking out? Let's just be honest. I'm actually going to mix the paint with this brush and then I'm going to paint with this brush. And I never paint with this brush, but like this is literally me just slapping color on a thing that needs color. So this is a great brush for that. It's beat up, but it's all right. I have new brush cleaner coming too that's allegedly way better than the Masters. That's supposedly going to be here either tomorrow or Wednesday. I ordered it with my stuff from Monument Hobbies. And I may, later this week, we might be sitting here doing a brush cleaning stream. If I get it tomorrow, that might be Wednesday. A lot of my brushes need some heavy duty cleaning and this stuff's supposed to be great. And if I can get them real clean with that, awesome. And some of the more beat up ones, I'm going to go after it with some isopropyl alcohol and see if we can get some of this, some of the worst of the brushes brought back to life, at least to be able to be usable for some things. But then also, and again, thank you, Cypher. Cypher bought me a beautiful set of paintbrushes that are on their way to me. That I'm very excited to get to try out. They're, I forget the name of the brand, but they're based on the 7 Deadly Sins. And they come so highly recommended by several painters that I really and truly think do much better than I do at a lot of things. So I wanted to give them a try. So those are on their way. So I have bunches of new brushes working up towards competition season, and I'll have brand new cleaner to help take care of them. But these are my little barrels of Orange Julius. Yes, I said it. I'm just getting this coat of orange down. And I'm doing super thin coats because if you can look at them from the side, and it's kind of hard to see because my lights are so bright. Is it the brush scoop from Monument? Because I've been using the Masters and I don't love how it's getting some of these brushes cleaned. I wish it would do a better job. And then, like I said, for some of the brushes, like I'm going to see if I can't save this one a little bit with some, because this brush isn't in great shape, but like there's nothing down in the ferrule and it's all split. So I'm wondering if maybe just a really good cleaning will get it. Because right now this is my mixing brush. Awesome. Well, then we're going to try it and we're going to see how it goes. Like I said, they say it's going to be here Wednesday, but it's been in Chicago since like a day and a half ago. So maybe I get it tomorrow. Matter of fact, I'm going to go look. I can go look right now. I'll just pull up my shop app and see if it's moved at all. Because it's USPS and I realize that they're not working today, but they were working last night and they do have people that work at the hubs to pass stuff around even on holidays. So let me see if maybe I got lucky and it got passed off to my local. It'd be real nice if it got passed over. No, it's got to be tomorrow because it went through. It went through to Palatine last night. It should be here tomorrow. It's still saying Wednesday, but like, I have other stuff that's sitting in Palatine right now that says it's going to be here tomorrow. So. And they are working today because something arrived at my local from Palatine today. So maybe I get lucky? We'll see. Hopefully. A girl can dream. And if not, then I get it Wednesday, you know, lunchtime. And the second half of stream on Wednesday might be a Frostgrave? Nice. You forgot there's no mail today. Because it is a holiday celebrating the wrong thing. It should be Indigenous Peoples Day. They're still calling it Columbus Day, but fuck that guy. I'm just getting some tea in me real quick because hot water good for throat. Okay. I think this round of metallics is probably good. I think we're going to start bringing up other colors now a little bit. We're going to let these metallics dry really, really hard all the way down. I'm going to cover this so I have them out in case I need them. But I can cover it and keep those from drying out by covering it with another one of their palettes because it creates a really airtight seal if you stick one on top of the other. It's an added bonus. Thank you, Turbidork. Let's see what I can work on real quick. I'm going to get out a little bit of... Actually, probably going to use this color. I can probably use this color. It might be too dry, though. It's dried down too much. Oh, no, it's okay. I'm going to go ahead and start painting eyes on here. Or at least the whites of eyes. I do need a smaller brush, though. I need my super, like, extra tiny... Oh, my God, tiny brush. Make sure the brush is wet when I fill up the paint. Now, y'all may not be able to see what I'm doing because I have to have it really, really close to me, but I'm doing my best. Oh my God, the way I was not breathing and didn't even think about it. Yeah. I don't know exactly where you are, Lion, but that sounds a lot like when I lived in New York. Here we don't, it's not fall break specifically. It is parent teacher conferences. So we had a half day Wednesday of last week, and then there was in-person parent teacher conferences Wednesday night that I had to be at because we also like had her 504 meeting because my kid's disabled. And then after that, they have, you know, in person in the morning on Thursday, and then they do virtual for folks. All right, Cypher, thank you so much for being here. I hope the meetings go well. I hope work isn't too difficult today. I appreciate the raid. But yeah, so my kid's been out, and then Friday is teacher in service because tomorrow is the end of the quarter. So, and then today, of course, is the holiday. So it's been a thing. But Thanksgiving, we only have like a day and a half off. Or well, I mean, they have Thursday, Friday, but then they have a half day on Wednesday. Christmas break is 2 weeks. Winter break is 2 weeks. Spring break, they're actually lining up with Easter this year, which they don't normally do. Which is also the same week for Adepticon. So I'm going to come back from Adepticon, and I am actually taking that week off. Gotcha. Okay. That's right. You told me you were in Texas. I never remember where people are. Hang on one second. In the sink, or next to the sink is fine. Yeah, put it next to the sink. You can have the rest of it later. I may actually end up going in with some green to line these eyes later, but right now I'm just trying to get these whites down. Oh shit, that was not good. My hand shook. There we go. Yeah, it's in the 50s today. It was like 38 when B left for work, and it's 53 right now. It's beautiful out. It's our first real feel of fall here, like in general. Oh, there's something. No wonder this was having issues. There's something on the bottom of this. Oh, you know what? This is the one that got dropped in paint last week. Paint got in the center, and that's why this thing's having problems getting on the holder. I was wondering what was wrong with it. All right, let me see if I can get my tweezer in here far enough to at least pull the paint out. I didn't realize that much paint got on it. Sorry, y'all, just bear with me 1 second. I'm scraping paint out of this thing so that I can actually, like, you know, use my paint holder. There, that should be much better. Oh yeah, that's delightfully better. Okay. Cool. All right, Lion, thank you so much for the lurk. I hope you have a good rest of the day if I don't get to talk to you before I go offline. But yeah, we are finally getting just the littlest bit of good weather here in terms of temperature because it's been so hot. They're saying we're going to have an extra cold, extra snowy winter though, so I guess we'll see. I don't know why I always decide to do eyes on shaky hands days, but it seems to work out well for me, so hopefully these are going to look good when they're all done. Of these, there are only 2 of them that you can actually see the eyes on the mini, so not too bad. And I'll go in with like a really deep dark blue or dark green to line them when it's all done. I haven't decided what color their eyes are going to be yet. That's still up in the air. We're going to figure that out kind of as we go here. What else do I got to work on? Because I'm letting these metallics get real dry. Suppose I could do more barrel highlighting for a minute, and then once the barrel highlighting is done, start working on this pink and bringing up this pink a little bit more. That seems fair. Maybe work on the blues a little bit. Flipping these all back over because the tops matter more than the bottoms on this part. Shaken paint. This is a glaze paint, so it is going to go on very, very thin, and I'm okay with that. Be less okay with the amount of medium coming off of there, but there we go. Actually going to grab just a little bit of this and mix it into here to just get the colors to blend a little bit. There is fully a piece of hair attached to this though, and I don't know whose hair it is, so, you know. There, yeah, that's closer to the color that I want. It's kind of in that vein. Yeah, there we go. because I'm working on the barrels, I can take my headset off and let my head get a rest. And this is really just slopping on paint, y'all. I am not being precious with this at all. The whole idea is for these barrels to look pretty beat up and old. So, you know. I will go in when it is time to do touch-ups for like the metallics, and you know, once I know exactly how they're going to lay down on the project where the lighting is going to come from, I will worry about it more. This is more about just getting these barrels to be that like rough orange look, and then leave them alone until it is time to go in and do the lighting and the highlights and get them laid down on the project. Because like I said, I have a rough idea of how I want it to look. It's very difficult to really explain because I have aphantasia, so I can't pull up like pictures in my head. There's going to be a lot of sketching and drawing once I know what I have. This afternoon and the rest of this week, there's going to be a lot of researching what 3D prints are out there that I can utilize for this particular thing, so B can hop on that. And I can start like kind of laying out how things are going to look. So if anybody knows people that do modern, like 80s, 90s sculpts and have like terrain, let me know. Because the thing that I'm really looking for is like food court tables and counters, so I don't have to build them myself. I will if I have to, but you know. Like soda fountain type stuff, vending machines. I realize it's super niche. I realize it's super like not something you're just going to expect to find some places. And like I said, Friday's gonna be Assassin's Creed Mirage. I'm really excited about it. I know there's a bunch of people playing it already, but I'm trying to avoid spoilers. But I will be playing that on Friday. I'm a real big fan of the Assassin's Creed games in general. I got into them thanks to Cypher actually playing Valhalla and all of the accessibility functions that Ubisoft put in. It's made me a really big fan of the franchise. So I'm really excited to jump into Mirage. We're going to be playing that till it's done, and then we'll go back to Baldur's Gate. I am still playing a little bit of Baldur's Gate off stream. I'm just so busy, and it's such a huge game. You know, Competition season's busy. I'm painting so much, it's just difficult. Yeah, that looks pretty good. I will get the bottoms of these after this is dry. I'll flip them over and paint the bottoms, and those are probably going to be good to sit until it is time to start doing like the actual highlighting for where stuff's going to go. Swig of this tea real quick. All right, where are we at? I think I'm gonna grab this palette for now. I'm gonna start bringing up some of these blues a little bit. Now with these blues, I didn't put a lot of coats. I actually think I only did one coat of the Wraith Black. So that's pretty thinly coated already. I'm gonna bring up the denim colors a little bit, and then I'm gonna wash it, and then I'm gonna bring them up again. So that's kind of the plan right now. These are very close. I think I'm just gonna stick with the Poor Boy denim and then bring it up to this as well. But I'm gonna do like a dark blue wash over this and then bring it up with this just a little bit again and then bring it back up. I'm trying to really get that feel for that old denim. Wow, that is very purple. May have to stick this on the nip knot. Yeah, that's better. I might give it a drop of this other blue just to thicken it up. Are very strongly similar colors, but it's interesting because this is a more blue-green tint to it and the other one has a more purple. So mixing the two together, I think we're gonna get a good like denim color here. Oh yeah, that's gonna be perfect, and then we can bring it up to just that and then to the brightest of the blues, and it's gonna be great. So I'm gonna go in here, do some highlighting with this blue, then we're gonna wash it down to a darker blue once it's dry. And we're just gonna kind of keep futzing with it, which is gonna kind of be the theme of this particular piece, is futz with it till it feels like it's right and then let it go. Because it is gonna be my largest piece. I don't have the time to really sit here and mess around. I've got to make decisions. So that's kind of part of the goal too. Especially considering I'm so bad at making decisions with my pieces sometimes, and sometimes I will fuss with things. Like y'all have seen Glix. Her shirt took 12 hours because I just kept fussing with the folds of the fabric. I don't want to do that again. I want to be able to sit down, know what I'm doing, paint. And that's another goal with the whole entering competitions and like going to all of the stuff and getting feedback, is I want to be able to make decisions faster so I can paint faster. Because I paint very slow to begin with, but I want to be able to paint significantly faster, but also make decisions faster. So, you know, it's a whole thing. We're going to start with this one because it's pretty open. See, also with this, as I'm going to be bringing it up and stuff, I'm also going to make the bottoms of these very, very dirty. Yeah, exactly, Cerulean. Anybody who knows, you know. Sounds like they're doing construction next door. I keep hearing a hammer going. I've been hearing it for a couple of days. They had a big party there yesterday too, so I think they're starting to get all of the housewarming stuff up and running, which is awesome. It's just very loud. Trying to thin it down a little bit more, but I don't want all of the paint thinned down because I'm going to need some of that paint for some other stuff, so that feels better. That was the wrong brush. Uh-huh. Boot cut flared jeans, wide leg jeans that drag the floor. That was a thing all through high school. The amount of pairs of jeans I had that were just caked in salt. Yep. And it was just gross. It's like wet jeans is one of the grossest feelings in the world. I do have an ad starting in about a minute, so I am going to take a break here in a sec and get up and move just a little bit. So, you know, moving your body is important. I get reminded of that every weekend that I get a little active and then my legs don't hurt all night. But I am, you know, is a thing. But yeah, let me go ahead and hop up on break. I will see everybody back here in 3 to 5. Get up, stretch, take your meds if you haven't taken your meds. Eat something if you need to eat. I will take my own advice on that after stream. But yeah, take care of yourselves, and I'll be back in just a few. All right. Time to get back at it. And it is 1:30 here, or 1:40 here. Thank you. I am going to be looking to get off of here probably half an hour, 45 minutes, maybe an hour. We're going to see. I do have my show tonight, and I want to give myself enough time to have some food, take a break, step away from my PC for a little bit, possibly get a quick nap. If I don't like go rush to record stuff for the YouTube that should have gone up this morning and didn't. I'm trying to tell myself that it's okay if I don't. I need to take a break. Right? But like my kid's home today and I can set her up like in front of whatever she's doing, make sure that she's had another snack, and just go take a nap for a couple hours. Just like one good sleep cycle before the rush tonight hits, because obviously we have bluerose tonight. We start at 8 Eastern, 7 Central. I need to be ready to be on the call by 6:30, but that means from the time that so Mondays, and this is why I've started streaming earlier on Mondays between, so normally I mod in the morning because I'm up anyway. And then I stream a little earlier now. I stream for a few hours. I need to take a break in between because I have to make sure that I am fed, dressed, in hair and makeup, and my whatever I'm wearing for my cosplay that night for bluerose by 6:30. And it's like, if I go between, 2:30 and 6:30, 4 hours sounds like a lot of time. It's really not, because if I'm exhausted and I know I need to take a nap so I can perform better, getting to sleep takes a while. Plus I have my dogs to take care of, cleaning to do. I have to make sure that I'm fed. If there's an emergency situation, well, no, I shouldn't say emergency. If there's like a situation where B can't get our kid from school on a Monday, like today it doesn't really matter because she's home, but like if he's running late from work, I have to run and get her from school and get her home, and get started on nightly stuff all before I am in my chair and ready to go, plus set up for that. And you would, some people would say set up for a TTRPG can't be that much. Oh, it totally is. We use physical dice. I have to get because this is where I sit for that. I have to go get my dice tray and my notebook, and I have to clean up all of my painting stuff, and I need to eat, and I need to do my makeup, and I need to do my hair, and it's and 4 hours isn't that much time. Especially if I'm trying to catch a quick nap. Yeah, it's a lot of setup. Which that's part of why I don't do anything else in this room other than TTRPGs and painting anymore. Or like my off-stream work that I need my PC for. I don't do any of that in here anymore and it's all been moved to the other craft room, which is my dining room, basically. Because I just can't. I don't have enough space. I don't have enough room. I know my office looks huge on camera. This room is only 100 square feet, and there's a few people in chat who have been in this office before. This room is 100 square feet, and that doorway that you see right there, that is a 6 foot wide doorway. It's like 5.5 or 6 feet wide on a wall that's just under 10 feet. So it's literally like that whole wall of my office is not usable for anything. It's a giant doorway that goes almost to the 10-foot ceiling. It's got like an 8.5 foot doorway. It's huge. So this office is not very big. It just looks bigger than it is on camera because I have things organized pretty well. So, I took over my dining room for the other stuff and for filming for YouTube, because I can't film for YouTube here either. I can film painting stuff like this. I can't film like planner stuff because I can't fit my planner here under this camera. It can't back out far enough and keep it clear. And I can't zoom in far enough to keep it in this space and have me be able to write without sitting like 2 feet back from my desk. So like that side of the content has to be done in a separate location. So it's a lot. yeah, so, you know, people make do with what they have. I'm very lucky that I have a decent sized house. I'm very lucky that I have the space that I have, you know, so I don't ever want people to think that, like, you know, I don't appreciate the things that I have, but it's difficult to work out of 2 rooms, especially with ADHD. And I'm just kind of trying to make the most of it because I'm really just throwing everything I got out there and hoping stuff starts to stick because, you know, this is what I want to do is for a career. I really love content creation, and I understand that, you know, I have a significant amount of my audience that doesn't love that I paint full time now, and I miss them, and I hope people come back with the second YouTube channel that's doing some of that other content. But this room is really just for streaming my mini painting and playing games. And then doing all of the other work. Like, I manage 2 Patreons. I am the producer and production manager for a TTRPG. I'm on another TTRPG. I'm likely to be on a 3rd before the end of the year or early next year. I'm in talks with folks about some things. You know, so I'm trying to do what I can with what I got. I'm just very thankful that I can film in the other room on my phone. Because it's not like I have like another camera or anything. I use my phone for that shit. What am I hearing? Ripley, is that you? Ripley's got her nose pushed up against my desk and her nose is whistling and I couldn't figure out what the hell the noise was. Ripley's nose is whistling under my desk, y'all. But yeah, I'm trying to make do with what I have. Yeah, she's a sweet sleepy baby today. Both the dogs are exhausted and they're both very sad right now because Jason and Ryan are gone. Like, full disclosure, we spent most of the weekend in the house with the dogs asleep on top of both of them. It was much needed. We all had a really good time. You know, we wanted to do more. We wanted to get out and hopefully see some folks and stuff, but it was really just we're all exhausted. They had the chaos of all chaoses with moving. You know, it was very much we're just going to kind of curl up here at the house. Yeah, I mean, the camera quality is really good. Document cameras are great for mini painting because they have to be able to pick up fine detail with type. So that makes a lot of sense. You know, I have my DSLR and it took me almost 2 years to get that. Well, over 2 years to get that. And now, like, you know, I think Logitech just came out with a new down cam that's kind of cool because there's more and more they're starting to recognize that more and more creators need that kind of setup. so far down in here I can't get to the bottom of the skirt. So I'm just going to pull him off of here and flip him over. Welcome in. Hello, how are you today? Awesome. Yeah, we're just doing some chill painting today, getting ready for Adepticon, getting ready for a bunch of pieces to get entered for various competitions. So right now I am just in the process of laying down some layers of blue for this project I am working on that is obnoxious because, you know, sometimes you just gotta lean into the silly. Oh, see, up close it's like, wow, but from a distance that looks so cool. Y'all, I'm so happy with it. Sorry if I get quiet. I'm working in a very tight spot here. There we go. Is that a sliver of something just got picked up in my brush, so try that again. Look like hot pink static grass, so I'm wondering if like something got caught from the other project. Here and take a look at the rest of them and double check if I need to do anything more. This one could use a little bit thicker paint in some spots, so because when I wash this it's going to bring all of that down a lot darker. And then we'll bring it back up to like a super like almost white blue. Because I really want to give it that like 90s worn out Jinko look. Y'all, I miss painting this man's entire side. I'm gonna have to get in there with some of the green. Good thing we do touch-ups. This is why we inspect things. I hope anybody that went to Dragonfall this weekend had a really good con. Obviously, I had family. Well, yeah, found family in town anyway. So I didn't go. But I do plan to try to go next year because that's one that I can just drive up to. I don't have to stay on site. I mean, I can if I want to, but it's close enough that I could just drive up both days. And entry is cheap enough that the fam can come with and we can just go both days. I'm not going to do anything with the underskirt, I don't think, because it's so shadowed. I might get in there and do a little bit later, but for now I think I'm going to leave it alone. Because, you know, back here, I don't want to have too much in the back distracting, even with that bit of apron in the front, because in the back, this is where it's going to say juicy across the ass, and I want that to stand out. I don't want, like, anything super distracting from it. Like, I just want it to be a very clear story beat. And for anyone who is confusion about what we're working on, I am doing a diorama for Golden Demon that we are calling Battle for the Food Court. The idea is that there is a 90s mall and there is a war for who can control the food court. And I'm going with a bunch of 90s tropes to lean like really hard into things. All right. I think I'm gonna start working on touching up some of this pink. I'll be using this Pixie Dust pink next to start highlighting some of this stuff. Now, please bear in mind, this Pixie Dust pink is very thick. It is kind of difficult to work with because just the way that this paint works, it has been real weird. So I am going to thin it down a little bit. It is pretty chunky, but that is just the way that this color is. I can't explain why. I am also in this pink going to put a couple drops of fairy dust, which makes it a metallic pink. It'll be very subtle. However, the whole thing is to be that fake shiny-ish pink fur that was on everything a million years ago. Yeah, the juicy sweatpants are iconic to the 90s. Like, that's kind of the idea. We're gonna start mixing this in here. I might put a drop of red to darken this back up a touch, but I'm not sure. I do need to thin it down significantly, though. It is very thick. I actually think I'm going to grab just a touch of this too. Now, it's for some reason it's weird. A lot of pink paints are just very thick, and I think it may have to do with the white pigments that they use to mix the pink, because white pigments tend to be very difficult. I'm putting this in there because this is the pink that is up under it, and I want to like get the colors to blend pretty well as I bring them up layer by layer. But yeah, this needs, like, I really need it to scream 1990s. And the pink velour juicy sweatpants, just, there's nothing that will pull that whole, like, thing together like that will. Yeah, that's a much better consistency for this paint. It's still a little thick, but I think it's got enough bounce in it that it'll be all right. Honestly, I don't know why I'm sitting in Makers and Crafting. I could actually be in Warhammer for this because it is actual Warhammer minis. I'll have to remember to change that for tomorrow. And like I said, I'm trying to very much keep these as a very thin coats of paint. There's a piece of hair in that too. Y'all, I have 2 dogs and it's just, there's dog hair everywhere. There's no avoiding it. It makes painting interesting at best. But the goal is thin coats of paint, and then I am going to wash the hair, but I think I'm going to wash it with, I was going to do red, but I think I'm actually going to use a purple. I'm going to use this purple wash that I have that's a very thin, like almost lavendery kind of wash. Welcome back, Melissa. But this is very, like I said, it's a super thin coat. I'm going to wash all of this pink with a purple so it really darkens those recesses, and then I'm going to bring it back up with this bright pink. I may even push like some of it into a neon, but I'm not sure how much, or I'm not sure how that's going to feel. So for the lightest pink, I might put like a drop or 2 of my fluorescent in, the same that I did with like the green for their skin, so that it brings it up a little bit without feeling neon. Oh, yeah, no, I feel that. Travel days are never easy. brush is splitting a little bit and I don't love it. Granted, like I said, my new brush cleaner is going to be here tomorrow or Wednesday. I'm really hoping it shows up tomorrow. It's like, I could drive and get it in 20 minutes or less right now. I could like be there in 20 minutes to pick it up. But obviously like it's not in that. I can't pick it up from that location because it's like a hub. But it's that close. Like I don't understand why it wouldn't get here in the morning. Though I know they've already done one delivery yesterday or today from that hub to my local post office. So I'm not sure. But I can hope. And then I'm going to sit here and clean all of my brushes one day this week. And like I said, I might make that a stream. Like if I get it on Wednesday, the second half of Wednesday's stream might just be me cleaning paintbrushes. Yeah. But I have paint and brush cleaner and a mold line fixer or remover coming from Monument Hobbies. Yeah, you can see the differences in the pinks already. Like this one's got a lot more red in it. And this is much more in that neon, like bright pink. So we're getting there a little at a time. Ripley's getting that good snoring as loud as possible sleep. I love it for her. If y'all could see the faces I'm making right now. And I'm sorry there's no dog in Doggo Cam. For whatever reason, they are just scattered to the winds today, but it's on in the hopes they will come back. Getting there slowly but surely. I am really excited for this piece. I'm excited to see how it's going to turn out when it's all done. But I'm having a lot of fun painting it, which is, you know, that's half the battle when it's a competition piece, is having fun with it and not overthinking it. And I think I'm doing an okay job with that, because I'm just not, I'm trying not to take it too seriously. If I thought there was a chance in hell that I would win, I would take it much more seriously than I am. But after I've learned with my dreadnought that I just need to do the work and I'm okay. And I will just continue to get better as I go. And I need to not stress it as much, because otherwise my blood pressure is never going to recover. So I'm actively trying to not be a basket case over Adepticon. At the end of the day, I'm either going to win or I'm not. And like I said, my metric for winning is somebody loving my work enough to want to post it all over the place. If I see people taking photos of my work, I'm going to be really excited. Except for the one guy that takes photos of everything. That would be less exciting, because he takes photos of everything. Like, literally held up the line in the cases because he was stopping to individually photograph every model in all of the cases with like an hour wait line behind him. So maybe not that guy. There's a piece of hair there. I saw it. Where is it? I saw it in the paint. Must have got it off there, right? And once again, I'm sorry if I get quiet. I am working in some very tight spaces with some very delicate things that are going to be difficult to fix if I fuck it up, so... I am not being super precious with the bottom part of the skirt here. I'm literally just brushing down and not even going all the way to the bottom because I want it to look dirty. And it'll look even more so when I like actually go in and like shade it, but this piece is just going to be wild, y'all. I think this is going to I think it's going to be fun. I want it to be fun. I want it to feel fun. I want it to spark some nostalgia for folks. I want to piss off at least one grognard with it that's like, that's not how Warhammer works. Well, too bad. I'm not playing the game. I'm painting for the game. If you're concerned about how my army looks or whatever, like, good for you. Basically, yeah. Art is supposed to evoke emotion, right? So, like, if anger is your emotion, guess what? I still did a good job. I love how this dude's ass is basically concave. I've never related to anything more. I'm sorry if y'all can't see. I have him upside down, like real close to me to get the underside of these lenses. Not super easy, especially because I just hit where the silver goes. It's fine because I can paint over it. It's not that big of a concern, but I was trying to avoid that. I really was. Because I will likely do some glow for those, but I don't want to do it until the silver's all the way highlighted and done and everything's kind of right where I want it. There's that. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and take my headlamp off. We're gonna do one last coat of orange on these barrels, and that is where I'm going to call it and run us off to go hang out with someone else. And I'm gonna take a quick break, get something to eat, and then try to get a nap because we have bluerose tonight. You can ! bluerose for more information. It's over on the GR Crew. It is Monday. It's Monday nights at 8 p.m. Eastern. We do take every fourth Friday off, or fourth Monday off. Sorry, wow, I can talk. We were unfortunately off last week due to someone being really sick and someone else having a appointment that they had scheduled for 11 a.m. that was like a mandatory needed to do it thing get moved to right at show start time, which is ridiculous, and I hate when stuff like that happens, but was unavoidable. But we're all going to be back tonight. We're ready to go. We're excited to continue our story for episode 4. Thank you for dropping the link. I appreciate it. But because it is, you know, I streamed twice today. My kid is home. I have to be able to feed myself and such. I do stream a little earlier on Monday and then get offline a little earlier just so I can get a good break. Because breaks are important. And I learned very quickly that if I don't jump off stream early enough, I end up needing to eat in the middle of the show. So, to avoid that, I am actively working on being earlier about stuff. This brush is so beat up, y'all. I'm actually going to switch to a different brush because this one being beat up, I think, is just not, it's not helping at this point, so. And then once these are all done, I will flip them over, do the bottom once these are dry. And then I will wash all of these barrels down in a red wash. And then start working on like metallics and all of that kind of stuff. And then, you know, because I know I had said earlier that I was going to just leave them, but I completely forgot I also have to go in and do the metallics on here. So it'll be that, and then it'll be leaving them alone to do the highlights once I know where they're going to be on the piece. I have a general idea of how I want them to sit, so I'm not super concerned about it. I could probably start the highlighting whenever, but I want to be 100% sure. That way I'm like, you know, fitting the paint to the pieces and not fitting painted pieces into a diorama forcefully, if that makes any sense. I just want it to look like they belong there. So highlights are going to be once I know where they're going in the piece. For sure. I have a general idea, but, you know. I'm going to take a peek and see who's on. Oh, Seeger's dreaming. I can hear him. Looks like DC is on, so I'm gonna go drop everybody with DC. So let me get that raid started. And y'all know the drill. It's hashtag Panda Party with my hello emote. If you don't have my hi emote, use whatever hi, hello, or howdy emote you have. If you have any of DC's or other Team Cypher members, use theirs. You're welcome. Thank you all so much for being here today. I appreciate it. I hope y'all will come back. I hope anybody who came in on the raid earlier remembers to drop a follow so you can come back for more painting shenanigans. I will be back on some point tomorrow. It'll either be around 10:30 like it was today, or possibly a little later. Tomorrow will be a much longer stream, obviously, because it's Tuesday. I don't have a double stream day, so I will see everyone then. I'm going to go ahead and put on the ending screen. We're going to get out of here. I hope everybody has a good rest of your day. Be nice, be kind, be your wonderful selves, and I'll see everybody back here in the morning. Bye, y'all.